The White Sox offense has been striking early, posting 14 first-inning runs in 4 games. And tonight, tough-luck pitcher Jose Quintana hopes that trend continues as he looks to help keep that win streak alive. It's the Chicago Hit Parade in Game 3, next from Fenway. We are coming to you from Fenway Park in Boston, where tonight, Wednesday baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by DraftKings. As Jose Abreu, Avi Garcia, Melky Cabrera, and the Sox as they get set to take on David Ortiz, Pablo Sandoval, and the Boston Red Sox. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you Game 3 of this 4-game set and Game 7 of this 8-game road trip. As you know, we started off in Cleveland with those 4, swept them. First time since '05. Taking the first 2 here, and the old saying is plans were made to be broken, and a 6-game winning streak certainly can lead to reevaluation.
1 week later, the sellers might become buyers, but the long and short of it is that the Sox are right in the middle of the wild card race. As you can see, this is up to the minute standings, and the Sox are 3 games in back. So they've got to catch a few teams ahead of them. However, this team is red hot, and largely due to Melky Cabrera. Melky's hitting just everything in sight. Over the last 6 games, he has 6 multi-hit games. From the left side, from the right side, it doesn't matter. He's hitting .556. And as you can see, Melky is leading the way, but he's got a lot of help in that lineup. Everybody's hitting the baseball. So you see Melky doing the job, and it doesn't matter if he's hitting 3rd or 4th. Tonight, he's hitting 4th. We'll see how that works out.
And on the bump for us is Jose Quintana. Last time out, he was very good.
Jose Quintana last time out threw a shutout, his first complete game of his life, and he threw the ball exceptionally well. He doesn't walk anybody. That usually is the case, but he's moving the ball in and out, up and down, getting a lot of mileage out of that high fastball. And in this ballpark, he's got to throw inside to the right-handers. Rick Porcello going to the mound for the Red Sox. He's really scuffled this year. They got him over from the Tigers. They signed him to an $82 million deal, and you look at April, May, June, and July, ERA-wise, none of them very good. He's got a sinker that's not sinking. His breaking ball is not over the plate. And so this is a pretty good matchup for us. And hopefully the boys can win their 7th in a row. If they do that, they'll creep a half game closer.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if we can get off to another quick start versus Porcello and the Carmines. And we will find out quickly. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
red hot, very humid here, and this is the second of 2 nights in the retirement party for Pedro Martinez. Last night was in English. Tonight it was entirely in Spanish as he saluted his countrymen from the Dominican Republic. Now you see as Pedro gets ready to throw out the ceremonial first pitch to his longtime friend David Ortiz. So the pitch was just a little high and outside. But let's go back to last night and everything that went on down on the field to honor Pedro Martinez.
Thank you.
Carl Yastrzemski on hand, as was Carlton Fisk and Jim Rice, Dennis Eckersley, Louis Tiant. A lot of Red Sox luminaries. Pedro made just a wonderful speech as a retired number 45. And we'll take a look at why in his 7 years here they retired his number. 3 Cy Young Award winners. Led the league in ERA 5 times, an 8-time All-Star, the first pitcher to retire with 3,000 strikeouts in fewer than 3,000 innings. His MLB record, .76 whip, which is unbelievable. In 2000, remember the 2004 World Championship Boston Red Sox, and dominated people for a 6-year span, probably as well as anybody who ever played this game. There's only one other Dominican Republic player to ever make the Hall of Fame, and that was a man they called the Dominican Dandy, Juan Marichal. Characterized by that high leg kick, 101 games over 500, a lifetime ERA of .289. He made the Hall of Fame in 1983. He had 5 pitches, but he threw them from so many different angles that a lot of people felt that he had 20 different pitches. And it wasn't until this year that he was joined by another of his countrymen, Pedro Martinez. And it's hard to believe that very small island producing so many great players. There's only been 2 inducted in the Hall of Fame. That's going to change sometime very soon, as some great players from the Dominican have played in this game, and I'm sure they're going to be honored just like Marichal and Martinez. And there you see Sandy Koufax, the Hall of Famer, his 5-year peak comparison with Pedro Martinez. The record for Sandy, a few more wins, a few more losses. The ERA very similar. Innings, a few more for Sandy. The strikeouts per 9, a few more for Pedro. And bear in mind that Pedro did it with a designated hitter in the American League. Opponent's batting average 192 and 196. You can see both of those guys absolutely dominant in their respective eras. And you can say that because of when Pedro threw, those numbers are even more spectacular. It was largely known as the steroid era. Pedro shut him down like nobody shut him down during that span, and honored appropriately by the people of Boston. They loved him here. He was absolutely brilliant for the Red Sox organization, and we can take a look at what Pedro did a lifetime against our Sox. He was 6-2. Of course, his ERA was 1.35. That wasn't too bad. 60 innings, 41 hits. Struck out 71 as he usually did. More strikeouts than innings pitched. He walked only 13. And it's the best ERA against any team. You know, one of the things that Pedro had that a lot of pitchers don't employ today was very much of an intimidation factor. He wasn't a big man. He wasn't an overwhelmingly strong man. But he did believe that the inside part of the plate belonged to him. He had no problems knocking anybody down. And the Hall of Famer Wade Boggs was talking about Pedro, and he said, you know, I have pretty good luck against him. But the one thing that I will always hold against him is the fact that when I was 41 with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, he knocked me down. He knocked me down as a 41-year-old. That was pretty much Pedro's game. He did that to everybody, and I'm sure if Wade thought about it, he wouldn't take it personally. So let's go back to Sunday when Pedro was inducted in the Hall of Fame. A handsome suit and a plaque that was brought to Fenway Park. There you see it at Cooperstown. And the flag of the Dominican Republic. He had a lot of countrymen who made the trip to Cooperstown to see him inducted. He made a wonderful speech. And in the speech, what I liked about it was that he thanked the fans. He said, because without the fans of this wonderful game, none of this could have possibly happened. And he also thanked a whole lot of people who were instrumental in him getting to where he got. Los Angeles Dodgers, who originally signed him. Los Angeles Dodgers, who then traded him to the Montreal Expos for Delino DeShields, thinking that he might not be big enough or strong enough to hold up in a major league rotation. That did not turn out particularly well for them, but it turned out exceptionally well for Pedro, as he represented the Dominican Republic very well throughout his career. They've held up the game, and hopefully the starting pitchers were informed that it was going to start a little bit later. Last night, I believe the game started at 7:28. As you can see, the Sox are ready to go. It's going to be Jose Quintana going head-to-head with Rick Porcello. Sox have won 6 games in a row, and they've done it in fine fashion. The ERA for the starting pitchers against our Sox, 8.54. 44 hits in 32 2/3 innings, 19 extra base hits, and the opponent's slugging percentage, .564. They also allowed 14 first-inning runs, and there's a look at the Shark, who threw a terrific game last night. Last night, as the first of 2 in this ballpark, Sox scored early and they scored often, and Samardzija went 8+ innings. So let's take a look at how John Farrell is going to line up. Let's take a look at how Robin Ventura is going to line up his Sox for tonight. Adam Eaton leading off in center field. Tyler Saladino hitting second. Then it's Melky Cabrera, Jose Abreu, Adam LaRoche back in the lineup. And he's done pretty well against Rick Porcello. Abisail Garcia, Lexi Ramirez, Carlos Sanchez, and Tyler Flowers rounded out. The defense and how they'll line up behind Porcello. Hanley Ramirez, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Rusney Castillo in the outfield. Pablo Sandoval, Xander Bogaerts, Brock Holt, Mike Napoli in the infield. Ryan Hannigan behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing starting pitcher is Rick Porcello. He's 5-10 this year. The ERA is over 5.5. He hasn't walked too many people. He struck out 90, which isn't bad. He is a sinker baller. Earlier in this season, they took away his curveball and his straight change, but he's gone back to both of them, thinking that he can be a better pitcher with them than without them. The umpires for the game tonight. Adrian Johnson behind the plate. The crew chief Bill Miller is at first. Sean Barber is at second, and Doug Eddings is at third. So as Robin would like to keep things going, certainly the offensive part, the pitching has been right there all along. John Farrell is wondering just exactly what's happened to his ball club, and can they right the ship and turn it around. So they've thrown the ball around the infield. That means we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, nice job, buddy, and thank you. Once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours, as Adam Eaton is back in there after being drilled twice in almost exactly the same place behind that right eye. Saw his leg after the game, and it was ugly. I asked him this afternoon, I said, is it hurting bad? He said, oh yeah. There's the breaking ball, misses.
Didn't seem to affect his speed last night. He knew it was going to get a whole lot
Well, he had
slower.
some, you know what, in that.
Yep.
He was a little upset. Justin Masterson.
We'll show you last night, and you can see both times it looks like a video replay of the pitches. One by a left-hander, one by a right-hander. Wade Miley hit him awfully hard, and there's Hermie in his inimitable style trying to rub out the pain.
Outfield swung around to the left, and that's up high. And pitch at 94 from the sinker ball. Adam 4 for 9 with a couple of RBIs in the series, and 2 for 7 lifetime off Porcello. Long long look in. And Ryan Hanigan now he'll back it off. Sox come in hitting at .247 as a club with a 3.82 team ERA. Six years in the big leagues for Porcello, and he's just 26 years old.
And in this first inning, it's when a sinker baller is most vulnerable because that sinker doesn't sink very well. Every pitch has been up in this sequence to Adam Eaton. They get too much adrenaline and they get better as the game moves along, but you can hit some line drives and deep fly balls early.
That ball hit high. Stretch. Stretch. It's gone. You can put it on the board. Yes. And it is 1-0 White Sox.
Ninth home run, 24th driven in. And that pitch was up also. Every pitch was up to Eaton, and the last of which went out of the ballpark. Our Ford home run replay. It looks like a cutter. He tried to get inside. Adam didn't let him get in there. He took it out of the park. So 3 games in his ballpark, and 3 games the Sox have gone on top in their half of the first.
Right around Pesky's pole. As here is Tyler Saladino, 1 for 5 with an RBI in the series. Comes in hitting at .267, a couple of homers, 6 knocked in. And that is the 4th career leadoff homer for Adam. And of course, with that home run, Alex Nelia's family will hook up with White Sox charities once again in loving memory of Ursula. That's out of play, and the count 2-1.
For Porcello, that was the 19th home run he's given up. That is a whopping total in 112 2/3 innings. He leads the team by a wide margin in that dubious department.
Count evens at 2.
Mookie Betts, who'd had a very good series, on the 7-day disabled list with symptoms of a concussion. And in his place, they called up Jackie Bradley Jr. from their minor leagues.
Full count.
Porcello is getting everything up. Melky in the on deck circle. These days, doesn't matter where you throw him, he's hitting everything in sight.
Outfield spread out, gap out there in left center. And Porcello started to become a spectator and then decided to get over there.
He caught a big break because there are a few people who might absolutely step on him if he dives across the baseline. But because he got there slowly, he was left with that head first dive. Not something you want to make a habit of. Napoli gets him the ball pretty quickly, but he caught a break.
So here's Cabrera. He's 6 for 10 with 2 RBIs in the series. Melky hitting at .281, 6 homers and 47 knocked in. And there's another bullet for a base hit. What new?
Another pitch up, another rocket.
It's good to have little things like that going with your teammates. Have a little fun out there. It's easier to win a baseball game in the major leagues if you're having fun.
Well, if you're hitting the ball like Melky, you can have a whole lot of fun because he's not missing anything.
Well, what you do in that situation, in this case, Melky, he also elevates his other teammates. So here's Abreu at 296, 16 homers, 56 knocked in, 5 for 8 in the series, with a homer that coming last night. There's a rolling curveball, and he got away with it. Melky just a static lead. And a bit of an unusual home run last night.
Well, it looked like an outstanding play by Mookie Betts, and it was indeed until he hit his head and the glove in the bullpen. And the ball drops out. The play was challenged, and it was indeed a home run for Jose. That was his 16th.
And that ball hit hard, but Castillo was there. That's a hang woofum for Abreu. And right now, let's check out our picks to click tonight. DiMaggio, our director and the crew. Well, they went with Adam Eaton and Mike Cleary, I should say. See, he's going with LaRoche. And Tom Sheridan, Rich Kuchar, Lindsey Jordan, Jeff Bogacki, Sam Lawson, Rob Boaz, and Mark Zucker. Now we're going to go with Melky Cabrera.
After a couple days off, Adam LaRoche is back in the lineup and hopefully swinging it well.
Well, we'll have to see if a couple of days off for Adam will let him clear some cobwebs out. High strike on a breaking ball. He has faced Porcello 5 times, has 3 hits. Sometimes you just got to sit out a day or 2, sometimes 3 or 4. Just to watch, and especially when your team is swinging the bat the way our guys have been, just to see this game is not as hard as you've been making it on yourself.
This Boston pitching staff second from the bottom in the American League. Only Texas is worse, and they only got worse because they've given up 21 to the Yankees last night. Here's Carl Willis and John Farrell. Carl to the right, took over for Juan Nieves when they fired Juan.
Just 2 home runs in that game last night at Arlington. 21-5. Wow.
Yankees 4th in the league offensively. They could certainly use some help in the pitching department.
Well, we'll see them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That ball hit hard into left field. He just looks up. It's going to be off the monster. So Melky is now. Ball gets away, and here he comes, and he's going to score, and it's 2-0 Sox. Yes.
That's going to be a single. It's not going to be a run driven in, but nonetheless very effective. As Melky saw the relay throw get away, nobody was backing up in the infield. And a heads-up base running play, and he scores. This one gets away from Brock Holt. And Melky gets held up and then sees the ball getting away and nobody there to make the play.
Melky, one of the more heads-up base runners we have. So here is Avi at 269, 7 homers, 33 driven in. 3 for 9 with an RBI in this series. They give that error, that low throw by Ramirez to Brock Holt.
He is their all-purpose utility man who had some leg difficulties. We haven't seen him in the series yet. And he picks up an early error.
Well, we have seen of Brock Holt, though. He looks like a pretty good player.
They were actually talking about the fact that he might have some value enough to be traded. There's not much he can't do, and he's having a pretty good year swinging the bat. Comes into tonight's action, hitting .284.
Light him up. Got him. But put a crooked number up there. It's the 2 spot, and after having to place our guys 2 and their guys coming to bat.
Brock Holt leads it off, and it's Xander Bogaerts, Hanley Ramirez, David Ortiz with Mike Napoli, Rusney Castillo, Pablo Sandoval, Ryan Hannigan, and Jackie Bradley Jr. rounding it out. The defense, and now they'll line up. And Jose Quintana, Elkie Cabrera, Adam Eaton, and Avisail Garcia in the outfield, with Tyler Saladino, Alexei Ramirez, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Jose Quintana. He's coming off a complete game shutout, running his record to 5-9. His ERA a little above 3.5. Hardly walks anybody. 27 walks in 129 innings to go with 113 strikeouts. So he's been a terrific pitcher. Doesn't have much of a record to show for it, but if this team is going to make a run, Jose's going to have to keep throwing it as he's been throwing it in this his 21st start.
Red Sox come in hitting at .255 as a team with a 4.49 team ERA. Takes first pitch strike. Does the 27-year-old all-purpose player. Red Sox 24-26 here at Fenway, 20-31 on the road. Just off the plate.
One of the reasons why Jose has been as good as he's been, especially over the last month, is he's thrown just under 75% first pitch strikes. That puts him second highest of 141 qualified starting pitchers in the major leagues.
Tigers beat Tampa Bay 2-1. Verlander over Archer. And another announcement out of Detroit today that all of their pending free agents are available, as opposed to the announcement yesterday.
A couple of days ago about how they were going to be buyers and not sellers. And that one went by the boards, and they list everybody. It's Cespedes, Price, Soria. Anybody who you'd like, he's available. Call Dave Dombrowski.
Foul tip and a roster move. If you missed that game last night, Emilio Bonifacio was at the plate. What's this? And as it turned out, they did some X-rays, found out it was a bad left oblique. He's on the DL, and Leroy Garcia has been called up. Alexei's got him on a Skinner. 1 out. Good play by Alexei.
That one came up and did higher hop than he would have thought, but because he was there, he was able to make the play. He's playing up the middle anyway. This one comes up on him, but he stays right with it. And as he's done the better part of the last 3 weeks, he continues to play a rock solid shortstop.
He can't make that play unless he is down. The glove was down. So here's Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, 22 years old. Good looking play. Hitting at .311, 3 homers. He's knocked in 47 runs, mainly from the first or second hole. To the count.
It's where a lot of times Jose has gone face high with a fastball. This time he's going with a breaking ball in.
Pittsburgh beats Minnesota 10-4 at Target Field. Liriano over Irvin Santana.
The past 6 starts, the record 500, but the ERA at 2.81 and 1 walk as opposed to 40 strikeouts.
Just off the corner. Cleveland clobbers Kansas City 12-1 behind Kluber. He gone. 2 down.
He was determined to get him on that slider low and in. Finally getting one that Bogaerts thought looked pretty good when it left his hand, only to see it drop in the dirt out of the zone.
And either way it was going to get it. Mentioned slow low or hard high. Here's Ramirez at 267, 19 long ones and 48 driven in. Just one more than Bogaerts. What's this leg kick of this guy? Hit right at him. That's a hang with him for Ramirez. After 1, it is 2-0 good guys. Interact with CSN Chicago during tonight's game using the hashtag White Sox Talk, and make sure to follow us on Twitter at CSN White Sox. Lower third of our order, Alexei, Sanchez, and Flowers. Takes it off the plate, ball one. As always, a big crowd here at Fenway. They're averaging 35,997. That's at the bottom of the zone, and the count evens. Stops that foul.
Porcello's gotten the ball over especially well against the right-hand hitters. 68 plate appearances to the right-hand hitters. He hasn't allowed a walk. The last one he allowed was on June 26th. The longest active streak belongs to Chris Sale, who we'll see tomorrow night in the finale of this series. 139 straight appearances by right-hand hitters without a walk.
That's into left field. Almost misjudged by Ramirez, but that's out number one. And while we have a moment, I want to send a big White Sox shout out, hello, happy birthday, and with a lot of love from your daddy, Emerson Brielle Leary. And it's hard to believe she's already 4 years old. That's amazing. Here's Carlos. 3 for 8 in the series. He came in last night. Bonifacio had 3 at-bats. The first 2 he made outs. The last one he doubled to extend his hitting streak to 11 games. And there's 12. Right by the drawn in side of the ball. You got to hurry. Safe. Double number 12.
This is one of the few ballparks, and the oddity of this park is that on a ball down the line by a third baseman, the shortstop has got to go out because many times the ball caroms right to him. That was the situation here as Carlos just barely beat the play at second base. This one down the line. Normally you think 2 bases automatically. But Bogaerts got there quickly and made it very close at second base.
Here's Tyler. Tyler 2 for 5 with 2 big RBIs in this series. And between he and Soto, they're 4 for 7 in this series with a homer and 4 RBIs.
Porcello came over from the Detroit Tigers in exchange for Yoenis Cespedes, who's going to be a free agent after this season's over. Right-hand pitcher Alex Wilson and a left-hand pitcher Gabe Spire. Then they promptly gave him $82 million on a 5-year contract.
That breaking ball hangs high. 2-0. Tyler's got the catbird seat. 3-0. And here at Fenway, 310 down the left field line, 301 down the right field line, 380 out there in front of the bullpens, 420 in deep right center, 379 in deep left center. There's a strike. And that's chopped foul. Friday coming up, the deadline.
4 p.m. Eastern time. Not a whole lot of shopping time left for those teams who have decided they're close enough to be buyers. And Jeff mentioned, look, I'm not a general manager. I don't even play one on television, so I just have to go out every time they give me the baseball. Every time it's my turn, I go out and pitch. I don't worry about any of the rumors because more times than not, they are just that, rumors. He went out, showed it last night through another terrific baseball game.
Well, he's a terrific pitcher. Foul tipped, hung on to by Hannigan. 2 down.
He got this fastball in the outside corner, and as opposed to the last one, which actually sunk, this one took off a bit, and Tyler retired on strikes.
So here's Adam, who's reached base in 12 straight games. And here's what he did leading off this ball game, if you're just tuning in.
His 9th home run of the year. He got one up in the zone and took it out. Sox in this series have 4 in the first game, 5 in the first last night, and 2 in the first tonight.
Outside edge of the outside corner, says Adrian Johnson. You got a cookie right there, and a little quick.
The Menards pitch tracks will show you a rolling breaking ball that hung on the outer third.
And there's a base hit. So here comes Carlos. Jackie Bradley, he's safe, and it's a 3-0 Sox lead. Adam Eaton.
That one of the better jobs of hitting because he was in a defensive posture trying to guard the plate, and he took a pitch down and out of the zone and just flipped it into center field. Bradley's got a very good arm, although this one a little late. Carlos hustling around, able to beat the play. It took a high kick off the mound, and that's what center fielders have to contend with, that neither of the corner outfielders have to contend with, and that is that pitcher's mound. You either have to airmail the mound and hit the grass so you don't short out the catcher, or throw it on a fly. But if it hits the mound, you then have no chance to get any base runner.
He made a good throw. Just got unlucky he didn't throw it 4 or 5 feet further. So here's Saladino. Got it out to short. Takes that curveball down.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay, and it involves Rick Porcello, who was a little late off the mound, and by the time he got over there, he was only left with one thing, and that was the dive. Beating Tyler Saladino at first base, but not by much, and leaving him vulnerable to be stepped on.
Well, we both know, some guys that would have, not so much in this culture, but years past, would have probably hurt him.
Yep. Especially if it was
guys who just couldn't.
A guy you might have hit in the past, and he gets a shot at you like that.
Oh, I'll tell you, some guys just couldn't resist it. Chopper. Pablo got to hold it. And Eden gets back in, so that'll be a base hit for Tyler. Runners at the corners with 1 in and 2 out.
Well, Sandoval had the right idea. You're not going to make the play at first, so it goes as an infield hit. But he was thinking he might have found Adam Eaton rounding him back. But on this play, Bogaerts doesn't get to third base. Had he been there, Adam would have been out. As he looks back, but nobody is there.
Now a little meeting of the minds at the mound.
One of the things that Holt wanted to know was how Porcello intends to pitch Melky, because it will determine who decides to cover second if in fact Saladino does try to steal.
Tyler was 25 for 27 in stolen bases down in Charlotte. So when you got a bat that's as warm as Melky's.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Melky just ripped a single in the left field. And there's a shot base hit. Just a bullet. And it is 4-0.
RBI number 48, and even more amazing than that, Melky now has 7 multi-hit games in a row with his 2 singles early in this one. This is a cutter inside part of the plate. He doesn't get it inside far enough, and Melky gets the good part of the bat on it once again as he's squaring up everything, and that brings Carl Willis out to the mound.
We mentioned we will conclude our game tomorrow. That'll be Chris Sale against Stephen Wright. And we will board our charter, come on back home, arrive wee hours of the morning. And then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, tee it up against the Yankees. Friday, it'll be Carlos Rodon against CC Sabathia. Saturday, Johnny Danks against Nathan Eovaldi. And on Sunday, Jeff Samardzija against Ivan Nova. All 3 of those games will be right here over Comcast Sportsnet. Abreu squared one up, but it was right to Castillo in right field. A hang woofle. Chops that one foul.
That goes right to Doug Eddings at third base. He caught that carom off the wall and made some friends.
One time, wasn't it? All right. Big pitch goes Abreu's way. 2-1. There's a shot, just foul. Watch out.
Well, we're seeing it here, as the Red Sox have seen it all year with Rick Porcello. A good sinker he had as a member of the Detroit Tigers just hasn't been in evidence here with the Red Sox. Consequently, lots of home runs, lots of line drives, and an ERA of 5.5 plus.
Up high, full count, so 2 out, 2 on, 2 in. 4-0 good guys here in the top of the second if you're just tuning in. And that's ball 4. That will load him up.
Fans a little restless here in Boston.
They can get that way.
Well, they've seen a starting rotation that has the highest ERA in the league. And game in and game out, they just get behind early, and sometimes you just can't catch up. John Farrell, thinking about that, gets his bullpen up early in this one.
.35 was Stephen Wright. So here is Roche. He singled off the Green Monster. And that is ripped. Oh, nice catch. Oh, almost a nice catch. Good stop. If you missed the first 2 games and then you're just tuning in now, there has been some rockets hit in this ballpark.
This offense has been in high gear, and the Red Sox pitching has certainly helped out. They have not been particularly good.
Watch out, that hit him, and it's 5-0.
RBI number 35 for Adam LaRoche. Hannigan wanted it up. He didn't want it in quite that far.
So here's Avi. Avi struck out. Softly hit. Holt up with it. Over to Bogarts. Back. Now the crooked number goes up on that board at 3 spot. We go to the bottom of the second, leading 5-0.
Buyers will also receive a complimentary White Sox wine tumbler. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/ladies.
Here's Big Papi. Ortiz hitting at 243, 20 homers, 56 knocked in. 14 consecutive 20 or more home run seasons. 13 with the same club, of course, the Red Sox. The record is 15 by Babe Ruth. (2-0).
This ballpark is actually absolutely made for Big Papi because he can take that outside pitch and just flip it over the green monster. He does that very well.
That ball's hit hard. We got a man there. That's a hang wolf 'em. One out. Well, a lot of people don't realize that some of the best hitters here at Fenway Park are left-handed hitters, and they do it because they pepper, especially off good left-handed pitching. Freddie Lynn, when he was here, was Rookie of the Year and MVP in the same season. First time that had ever been done, and of course Ichiro did it later on. But Wade Boggs, they use that against good left-handed pitching. They use that wall. They just flip it up in the air and get a single or a double. And of course, Big Papi's strength, he can just flip it right up in those seats up there.
And frequently does just that. This is a guy that the Red Sox would probably like to move, but that batting average has been way down.
Nicely hit. Nicely caught. 2 down.
That's what a lot of young pitchers have a hard time with, and the concept of allowing guys to hit the ball. You've got 7 guys behind you and 1 guy in front of you to make the play. If you let a guy hit the ball, granted you don't keep it in the sweet spot of the plate, but you let a guy hit the ball, you get 1-2 pitch outs.
Well, that's the way Samardzija's pitching now.
That's exactly what he's doing, and he's ridden it to 10 straight of 7 innings or more, 10 straight starts.
He had 2 innings last night if you missed it. 5 pitches. And 4 pitches. 9 pitches and 2 innings.
That's pretty good. And that made it so that he could get to the 9th inning without throwing 100 pitches, which is something very few pitchers do these days.
Well, in the 9th inning, his first 2 fastballs, one of them was at 97 and the second one was at 98.
Well, that shows you a couple of different things. One, he's got an excellent fastball when he needs it, and 2, he didn't lose anything for 9 innings last night, although he did have to be relieved in the 9th. But he didn't give up a hit since the 2-run homer in the second inning. He didn't give up another hit until the 8th inning.
That's over the roof. Castillo hitting at 244 with a homer, and he's knocked in 6. He gave him a lot of money, and he's not a youngster. He's 28 years old.
$72.5 million.
Turn that one loose. 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chopper Got to hurry. Nice play. Nice pick. Nice release. 1-2-3 inning, and we're into the third, leading 5-0. It'll be Ramirez, Sanchez, and Flowers for our guys here in the top of the third inning. Five nothing White Sox. There's first pitch strike. Lexi went out to left field. To the count. That ball hit hard. Stay in the air. Stay in the air. It will. You can put it on the board. Yes. 0-2 pitch. And it is 6-0.
Fifth home run of the year, RBI number 35, and the second home run in 2+ innings against Rick Porcello. A forward home run replay. It's a fastball down. Doesn't have a whole lot of sink on it. In fact, doesn't have any sink on it. And that's one of the reasons he hit it in the air, and it carried just far enough.
So here's Sanchez. He doubled and scored last inning. Now with a 12-game hitting streak.
That is 20 home runs Porcello's given up.
Over our dugout. Dexter Fowler, Anthony Rizzo homered. Cubs won their ball game 3-2. Over the Rockies. That's inside. For Dexter, that was his 10th. For Anthony, his 17th.
And the Rockies traded away the face of their franchise in Troy Tulowitzki, who went to Toronto. A lot of speculation on Carlos Gonzalez.
That ball hit hard into left field. Ramirez just looks up. That's high off the wall. Carlos into second with another two-bagger. Number 13.
A couple of doubles as Rick Porcello has gotten shell-shocked early in this ball game. There is very little movement and absolutely no sink on that one. And Carlos just hammered it off the green monster.
That wall is 37 feet high.
Adrian Johnson out there now to try to speed things along. Carl Willis has had his talk. He's had a couple of them tonight. And the bullpen up and going is Craig Breslow.
Here's Tyler. Struck out swinging on a 3-2 fastball. Foul tipped into the glove of Hannigan. Breaking ball, no. Tulowitzki has driven in 2 runs as the Blue Jays lead Philadelphia 2-0. That game in the 5th inning.
The biggest problem for John Gibbons, if you would call it a problem, is finding out where to hit all of those prolific hitters, because he's got a bundle of them, and they traded away their leadoff man, Jose Reyes. He went to Colorado, so they're minus a leadoff man.
I have never seen a more dangerous hitting ball club in Toronto.
And they added another dangerous hitter. Pretty amazing.
They're not the best hitting team I've seen, but I've never seen a more dangerous hitting team. Three and one to count.
Nine hits so far in 2+ innings.
And no Kansas City specials with the exception of one in there.
Now they've been squaring up everything from Porcello tonight.
There's a shot base hit. So Joe's got to hold him at third as they get it back in.
So you would think that that's going to be it, and John Farrell touching the bill of his cap, as is Carl Willis. What that means is the sign to the bullpen, is he ready? They'll touch the cap back to him, saying that he is, and that's going to be it for Porcello, as Craig Breslow is going to come into this one. And the fans with a derisive cheer to walk Porcello off the mound.
That's a Bronx cheer that goes up here at Fenway Park in Boston. So Porcello departs. Breslow comes on, and we'll be back.
Over all 32 games, he's 0-1. His ERA a little above 3.5. He has been around, and right-handers have hit him better than the left-handers, which is not unusual for a left-hand pitcher. 7 home runs is a high number. Hey, Sox fans, on Saturday, August 1st, come and see the White Sox take on the Yankees at 6:10. First 20,000 fans will receive a Scott Posednik World Series moment bobblehead presented by Wintrust Community Bank. Purchase your tickets today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME.
Here's Adam Eaton. A homer and an RBI single. Adam has reached base 8 times in this series. He is 6 for 11 with a homer and 4 RBIs. He has been the spark plug, the catalyst, the igniter.
We knew in the spring, coming off a 300 year, that he would be the table setter, because at first it was Adam Eaton, Melky Cabrera at 1 and 2.
Out and around that, hooks it.
I think if they had both been hitting as they're hitting now, the offense probably would not have gone dormant for quite some time. But now that Adam is hitting and Melky isn't missing anything, the top of the order has been very destructive.
Well, literally what got us off to a bad start was defense. We just stumped the joint up for the first month, 5 weeks. I mean, that'll take you down quicker than anything. Bad defense. That pitch was questionable, but it goes Breslow's way. So the count 1-2. That's lined in the left field. Ramirez coming on. That's a hang Wolfham for Adam.
There's probably a few ballparks where that would have been a base hit, but because of that very close proximity of the left field wall, the left fielders in this park play much more shallow than they would play any place else.
Here's Tyler. He's had the only Kansas City special that we've had in this game. It was a little chopper roller down to third base that Sandoval had no play on. And he's got the catbird seat. And that Cleveland 12-1 victory over the Royals. Kipnis wasn't good, 3 for 5, hitting at .333. Lindor 2 for 5, 4 RBIs. Here's his 5th homer. Brantley 2 for 4 with an RBI. Gomes 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs. Michael Bourne 4 for 5. That changeup had him off balance, and the count 2-2. Take him right back to the middle now, Tyler. It's Sanchez in. Close. Good eye. Coming right at him.
very happy man as he collects a souvenir. That one went back with a whole lot on it.
And there's ball 4. So that will load him up for Melky. Melky is 2 for 2, 2 line shots. He scored in the first. He knocked in 1 in the second.
Time now for AT&T Uverse Multiview. Certainly decent enough speed on the base pass. Tyler actually runs pretty well for a big catcher.
One and one to count. Up out over the plate, made a good approach to it, just underneath it.
The last 32 games, Melky's hitting a robust .387 with 14 doubles, 5 homers, 25 driven in. The slugging percentage, .653.
And this 7 consecutive multi-hit game is the longest since Mags Ordonez did it back in 2003. Got him. 2 down.
He threw a high fastball by him. And for the first time tonight, Melky is kept off base.
So here's Jose. He is lined out hard to right, and then he walked last inning. Come on, Hose, pick him up. Takes low ball 1. He's got the catbird seat at 2-0. And way off balance with that changeup. Sacks packed with Sox, 2 out, then the 2-1 pitch. It's even.
Breslow started his career back in 2002. He was a member of the Milwaukee Brewers organization. They drafted him and signed him then. He certainly moved around, got to the big leagues originally with San Diego. That was in 2005. He was with Boston before in 2006, then on to Cleveland, Minnesota, Oakland, Arizona. And now in his 3rd full season back to the Red Sox for the 2nd time.
He's always been good against us.
I think the changeup over the plate for him is of critical importance, and he can't hook up with Ryan Hanigan, so the deliberate pace.
I don't know what his ERA is lifetime against us, but I know we did get him one time pretty heavy, so most of it would be because of that one outing. Outside of that, he's been tough.
Fresno tells Bogaerts where exactly he's going to pitch him, and then Xander will set up accordingly.
Yeah, Breslow's ERA against us lifetime is 2.42.
That's good.
And we got him pretty good in that one outing. So you see how good he's been. And that's going to be Souvenir right side. There's a shot down into the corner. Stay fair. Nope. Dead gummit.
Well, there's almost no room to get it between the line and the wall. And unfortunately, that's exactly where this one landed. It's hooked down the line. And as you can see, it's probably a foot foul.
Bogaerts makes the play to 3rd, and that'll retire the side. We do pick up 1, and we'll go to the bottom of the 3rd, leading 6-0.
DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball on DraftKings for free using promo code ShySox.
Six nothing Good Guys. Here in the bottom of the third inning, it'll be the lower third of their order. Sandoval, Hannigan, and Bradley Jr.
Quintana was a long time on the bench, as the last half inning was a very long half inning. So hopefully he got enough warm-up pitches and he gets the ball over the plate as he's done through the first two.
Pablo at 263, 8 homers, 34 knocked in. Pablo has faced Quintana 3 times, and he's 0 for 3. Where are you back? Just a couple steps off the line. Outfield, for the most part, straight up.
Good fastball right in on his hands. He fouled it straight back. Armanard's pitch tracks will show you a perfectly located fastball that Sandoval could do absolutely nothing with.
Isn't it funny how those well-located fastballs have a tendency to do that?
Occasionally hitters will get a good part of the bat on it, but not too often.
Not when it's underneath their hands. Very seldom.
And our staff, from top to bottom, has been making really good pitches for quite some time. Tried to get him to chase a slider in the dirt, but he held off. Ryan Hannigan will hit next.
Boy, Pablo's got really a good swing. Wow. He hadn't seen that much of him, just some in spring training and some in the highlights, but he really does a lot of good things up there. And a switch hitter, hitting left-handed against everybody now. A little bit low and a full count. That leg kick sets up like it does for Ramirez, who's a good hitter. Gives him that balance. And there's a word that's not used enough in hitting. He's fun to watch. Panda.
He came in a lifetime .294 hitter from all of his years with the San Francisco Giants. He got there in 2008. Stayed there until the end of last year. Came over here as a free agent.
So there's the first Red Sox base runner.
If you have the same name as a White Sox player, come to the ballpark and support your distant relatives and White Sox family on August 11th for Orgulo Sox Night presented by Pepsi. All members of the Hispanic community, their families, and their friends can buy specially priced tickets at whitesox.com/Orgulo.
Hannigan hitting at .230, a homer. He's driven in 9. Blake Swihart caught last night. Just at the bottom of the zone. Hannigan 2 for 4 in the first game.
One of the reasons why they caught Hannigan and went away from the youngsters, that they felt that he would be able to coax Porcello along in this particular outing. He hasn't been going well, and Hannigan, the veteran, they figure could help him out, but for Porcello tonight it wasn't meant to be. He just didn't have good stuff.
Well, when the catcher doesn't catch many of his pitcher's pitches, that's not a good sign.
Now 2+ innings, 6 runs on 10 hits for Rick Porcello before he gave way to Craig Breslow. And starting pitchers, by and large, for the Red Sox this year, but especially in the first 3 games of this series, have been an endangered species.
That strike at the bottom of the zone, and the count 2-1. Yeah, hitters will generally let you know what kind of stuff you got. That ball hit hard. It's going to be a base hit. I think that's going to be a twink. The Panda's going to be waved around. Here's the throw. He gone. Beautiful relay. Avi hitting Sanchez. I love beautiful relay plays. Man.
Avi had the ball get by him, but he threw a strike to Sanchez, who gunned it. One hop, and he guns him down at the plate.
That's one of the prettiest things in baseball. A well-executed relay play.
That was an unnecessary gamble by Brian Butterfield. You're down 6. You got a guy that's not exactly a speed burner, and you send him. And he gets gunned down.
Bailey in the left field. Melky. 2 down.
Brian Butterfield decided to take a chance. Tough play to make. 6 runs down early in the game.
So here is Brock Holt. Well, for me, if I would have been coaching third and I saw where Sanchez, how far he was out, I'd have sent him to. Even though you're 6 runs down. Ryan is a good third base coach. Took a shot and he lost. Holt takes a strike. I tell you what, we've been getting some outstanding third base coaching.
Helps to have some runners to send.
I'm telling you, you know, if you don't have them, you can't be outstanding.
No, and they went. Look, they came in with a game plan to run against Mookie Betts for the simple reason that Betts, playing center field, now disabled with concussion syndrome. But he was playing center field. He's really a second baseman, so they ran on Mookie Betts every chance they got.
And that'll retire the side. So the leadoff walk, the double, and the beautiful relay play from Avi to Sanchez to Flowers. And we are into the 4th.
Friday, which it will. Can the offense continue near the current pace? And there are the handles at Hawk Harrelson, at Steve Stone. The answer is, can they continue? Yes. Will they continue? No. One of the reasons why they won't continue is that 2 nights ago they set a yearly high in extra base hits with 9. Last night they broke it with 10. I don't think you're going to see that all the time, but I do think you're going to see a rejuvenated offense. As the pitching gets a little better that the Sox will face, the offense probably won't do as well as they've been, but they beat some pretty good pitchers in Cleveland. That's certainly something to bear in mind, and scored a whole lot of runs there. They came here and they're working on a pitching staff that's last in the league in the starting rotation, so that has a lot to do with the offense. But with everybody starting to swing it and the confidence that comes with some sort of 2-week period where everybody's hitting most everything in sight, there's no reason why the offense can't be a whole lot better than it's been.
Well, when you beat Bauer, Kluber, Carrasco, the first 3 there, I mean, that's saying something. No, you're not going to continue to swing like this. As Adam has singled off the Green Monster and was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Our guys lead at 6-0. The schedule, I think too much is made of a schedule. I really do, because if we're playing good, I don't care who we play. If we're playing bad, we're going to lose. It's just that simple. It's not who you play, it's when you play them. So that'll be caught by Hannigan. I remember a few years ago we went through one of the, actually it was because I did a little research on it, toughest 36 games that the White Sox have had in the last 25 years. I mean, playing well over 500 clubs, and we just killed everybody. I think we were 20, 24 and 12, or 25 and 11 in those 36 games. So here's Avi. Off the end of the bat, out in front. Change up. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Close, but 2 down.
If Bogarts didn't know it before, he knows it now, and that is that Avi can get down the line in a hurry and never dogs at the first base. So he got him by an eyelash. I think he was surprised it was as close as it was.
Here's Alexei. Yeah, he's going to give you everything he's got every day. Here's what Alexei did leading off last inning.
Second home run of the night that Porcello gave up. It eventually took him out of the game last inning.
Softly hit. Breslow. A quick 1-2-3 inning, and we still lead it 6-0. Don't miss a Cap and Hall show presented by Horwitz and Associates. That's weekday mornings at 9 right here on CSN. Bottom of the 4th inning. Xander Bogaerts struck out, swinging, and then was thrown out. Flowers to Abreu. First pitch strike. Six, 10-0 for us. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for them. And the count 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to the 22-year-old. That'll be a base hit. Good try by Alexei. He's a little upset with himself, but that was a good try.
This ball right back up the middle. Bogaerts runs pretty well, so it's doubtful if he comes up with it that he'd been able to make a play. He's able to knock it down, just not corral it. And Bogaerts aboard to lead off the 4th.
The way he's been playing this month defensively, I mean, he's been putting on showtime out there. He just thinks he can get everything. That's why he's upset with himself.
Good feeling to have, and
yeah,
a radical departure from what had happened previously, but somehow the light turned on. And he's been really good at shortstop.
Ramirez lined out hard to Adam Eaton. One out.
On Saturday, August 15th, come see the White Sox take on the Cubs at 6:10. All fans are invited to stay for a post-game fireworks show presented by Magellan Corporation. Purchase tickets today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME.
If somebody out there has got a surefire cure for a cramp, I wish you would tweet me.
I don't have to tweet you. I'll tell you. Bananas.
I don't have any bananas now.
Yes, you have no bananas.
I'm talking about I need somebody to tweet me. Yes, I have no bananas.
Okay, so
I need to tweet me right now. This thing is killing me.
Well, that's
my right hamstring.
There's an, if you sprint a couple hundred yards, I think it'll loosen up for you.
That's a great concept, I haven't run 200 yards since I retired from baseball in 1971.
You have to be sprinting up and down the ramps here, though. That's the only problem.
Oh, this thing is hurting. Big hack by a big man. On the count 0-2. Oh.
I can get Hermie on the phone for you. Have him come up here.
Man.
Because by the time he got here, it'd be the 8th. We are way up here.
Yeah, we'll tell him you said that. Oh. Breaking ball lays off of it. Listen, I'd rather have the pain than to go to Dr. Payne. I'd rather have the cramp. The last thing I want him to try to rub it out.
Well, like he did with Adam Eaton last night after he got hit twice in virtually the same spot.
Well, that screaming you heard was from Adam last night.
See, he didn't get in there all that deep.
I'm talking about afterwards.
Adam had to say, hey, a little bit harder.
Dick Poppy hit one right on the button and a good catch by Avi in right center field. That might be the best in the business right there. Certainly you might tie him, but you're not going to beat him. Herm Schneider. Herm's been here longer than I have. He's been here a long time. Yes, he did. He gone. 2 down.
Only the second strikeout as he gets Big Poppy out on the front foot. Gets fooled by a hard slider in the dirt. And 1 out away from getting out of the inning.
Here's Napoli lined out hard to Alexei.
Get out ahead of that one. Rifle it toward the White Sox half of the field. Their dugout, fortunately off the screen that protects the players.
One ball, 1 strike, 2 out. That's high and deep. It's off the wall. So there's your Fenway double. Bogart scores, and it's a 6-1 ball game.
Man number 36, and this would have been just a high fly ball to left field just about any place else in the major leagues, but not here. Melky realized early that he wasn't going to be able to get to that one and just play the carom. And Bogarts with a good read. It's 2 outs anyway. He was gone with the crack of the bat, so no chance to even think about him.
That fly ball right there, plus the lack of foul territory, makes this a nice park to hit it. You know, that was one of the good things about playing in this park. When you went on a road trip and you had a tough road trip, when you're flying back in, you start thinking about this park and how nice it is, and it makes you feel better even having a bad road trip. Watch out. Of course, on the other side of that page, it takes a lot of home runs away from you as well. On line shots, it would have been out anyplace else. Castillo takes that one.
That is.
Why is he wearing?
That's a base running glove.
A base running glove.
Well, maybe he got a whole lot faster between last night and tonight.
As a chopper 2 hopper. But the Red Sox get on the board. The Fenway double by Napoli scores Bogarts. We go to the 5th, leading 6-1.
looking left field at U.S. Cellular Field. It's accessible from the 100, 300, and 500 levels. Young Sox fans can learn baseball fundamentals from Chicago White Sox Training Academy coaches. The space features batting and pitching cages, base running areas, and more skill instruction. It's all from Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
First pitch strike to Carlos Sanchez, who has 2 doubles and a run scored and a beautiful relay play to his credit in this ball game. Out in front. A changeup and the count 0-2. 12-game hitting streak, 13 doubles, and he's just getting better and better.
He was hitting 181. Then he started on this hitting streak and tacked over 50 points on his batting average. He's now up to 234.
He's a good player. And he's going to get, as I mentioned, better and better. Knows how to play the game. So that's 1 out. Tyler's 1 for 2. Between he and Soto, they are 5 for 9 in this series with a homer and 4 RBIs. Pitch is down. 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike. Just tuning in, we scored 2 in the first, 3 in the second, and 1 in the third. And had a golden opportunity in the third to put more on the board. We couldn't do it. That changeup way out in front.
Breslow has come into this game and provided some order to their pitching. Breslow gave up all 6 runs on 10 hits, and Breslow has come in and just slammed the door.
He's retired 8 of the first 9 he's seen. That 1 walk. Saladino was our only base runner off of him. Here's Adam. He was the first hitter that Breslow faced, and Adam lined out to Ramirez hard in left field. Besides that, he has homered. That was leading off the ball game, and he also has an RBI single with another run scored.
So he's played the table setter to perfection. He scored 13 runs the last 12 games. And you saw a look of Tommy Lane in the Red Sox bullpen.
And he's 6 for 12 in this series with a homer and 4 RBIs. 3-1 to count. It's full. Chopper right side. Holt gets him. We're halfway home. We lead it by 5. We just can't get Rosen. And 0 for the good guys, 1-3 and 1 for the bad guys. It'll be the lower third of their order: Sandoval, Hannigan, and Bradley. First pitch right on the outside corner, that breaking ball. Pablo had a good first at bat. He drew a walk after an extended at bat, fouling off a lot of pitches.
You would think that a switch hitter who's pretty much given up on switch hitting would be very vulnerable to a left-handed breaking ball, because for many years he just didn't see anything except breaking balls coming into him. Now he's seeing for the first time in a long time those same curves and sliders breaking away.
I'm with you. I mean, it's hard for me to understand it.
Well, he had 2 hits this year from the right side, and I think it was 41 or 42 at bats.
Well, that's what you call making an adjustment there. I mean, that's a big, you know, along those same lines, there's a guy's number hanging up on that wall out there who was my hitting coach when I played with the Red Sox. His name was Bobby Dorr, Hall of Fame second baseman. And it's the only time I've ever heard of this. The only time I've ever. There's a little pop up. Tyler's there, and that's 1 out. We went to spring training after the '67 season where we lost 7 games to the Cardinals. I should say Bob Gibson. He was 3 times. But when spring training down in Winter Haven, and Bobby comes up to me and he says, Hawk, I've been thinking about it all winter now. He said, now, I want to put this to you, and you tell me if you want to do this. And if you don't, we won't do it. But tell me if you want to do it. Let's try it. I said, what is it? He says, you're the best fastball hitter on this team. The only thing we're going to work on this spring is fastballs. Now, you tell me if you've ever heard of this.
No, I haven't.
I went the whole spring in batting practice. Never one time called for a curveball, slider, or a change. All fastballs. And I had the best year I ever had. He said, and his reasoning was, he said, we're going to work on what you do best. I was an up and in. My zone was from my belt up to right under my neck. I was an up and in fastball hitter. And every time it seemed like I got one of those during the season, I hit it hard. If they got breaking balls over, I grabbed some bench. Hannigan rifled a double into right center field. And here's what happened on that double into right center field with Sandoval at first, who had walked.
This ball gets by Avi. He gets it back in to Sanchez, who gets a whole lot on the throw, and they beat Panda to the plate.
A beautiful relay play. Alexei on the move. Yes! What a nice play by Alexei Ramirez. Mercy.
Good
Showtime.
Play, good play by Alexei, and good play on the other end by Jose at first base. It was a short hop. He was able to corral it, and they gunned down Hannigan. This looked like a sure base hit, but the off-balance throw across the diamond and the one-hop pick, and Hannigan is out.
Jose has been throwing some lever on those short hop picks over there. Our whole team has been. That's one reason that we're playing well. We're catching the ball. Jackie Bradley Jr. went out to Cabrera.
Joe Castiglione, radio voice of the Red Sox for now going on 33 years, said Jackie Bradley Jr. is the best center fielder he's ever seen come into this organization defensively. He's got some work to do swinging the bat, but defensively, there isn't anything he can't do.
Yeah, I was talking to some Red Sox people, said exactly the same thing.
He can go get him, and they were looking for an opportunity to bring him up, but they couldn't because Betts was doing so well in center field. They had their regular outfield the way they wanted it. And now with Betts going on the DL for 7 days, Bradley's getting another chance at the major league.
Well, the thing about it is that they've had some pretty good center fielders out there. Freddie Lynn and some others. So that'll retire the side in order. Beautiful play by Alexei. And it's still 6-1 good guys.
Carlton Fisk, Chris Sale, Paul Konerko, and more in weekly online auctions. Visit whitesox.com/auctions to start bidding.
Sixth inning here in Game 3 of this 4-game set. And Game 7 of this 8-game road trip. Started off with 4 in Cleveland. If you did not know, won all 4 of those. Come in here, win the first 2. So here's Tyler Saladino. He's 1 for 2 with a run scored, also with a walk. In fact, he is the only base runner to reach against Breslow.
Big part of the order due up this inning, and a good chance to maybe tack another 1 or 2 up on the board. So Breslow did a terrific job, and Tommy Lane comes in the game.
Breslow, an all-star against us.
There you look at the numbers, and the area's been pretty good at .316. He's on for the 40th time.
There's a strike, in the count 3-1. So the leadoff walk.
It's the second time in the series we've seen Tommy Lane. He pitched in the opener of the series, pitched an inning, gave up a run on 2 hits. Also walked 1 in that outing.
Melky's 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. 2 bullets. Count evens. Two and 1. Melky just trying to measure him up a little bit. There he goes. No throw. That is his first major league stolen base. As I mentioned, he had 25 and 27 attempts down at Charlotte.
He was going on first move, and when Hannigan looked up on that pitch that was way inside, he realized he had no chance. Bounces that one in the dugout, and Tommy Lane was up last year. Appeared in 30 games. And he was pretty good for them. ERA of .95, and he had a 2-1 record. So although he didn't get a chance to pitch much, just 19 innings, he was one of their left-handed specialists.
Now he was going to get a Lance Johnson jump, and he gone.
I thought Tommy Lane wasn't looking at him, but the inside move, and then he's just hung out to dry.
2 down.
This one borderline, and it went the way of Tommy Lane. On the pitch track shows you might have had just a piece of the corner.
Allen on the outside corner.
Josh Rutledge playing third base. Sandoval is out. They got him from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. That was in the recently completed Shane Victorino deal.
That ball hit into right field. Back on the track. Castillo makes the catch. And that'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th, top of the order for the Carmines.
For free using promo code SHYSOX.
It's the bottom of the 6th inning in the 6-1 White Sox lead. Sox took the opener 10-8. Good job by the bullpen. And Samardzija last night was just outstanding. We won that ball game 9-4. So here's Brock Holt. He's 0 for 2. Well, actually made a good play to get him in the bottom of the 1st inning. He takes ball 1. Two and 0 the count. Oh, 27 years old. Came in hitting at 284. From what we've seen of him, he appears to be a grinder.
Did a good job on an inside pitch and took it into right field. So he can play anywhere for John Farrell. You see him get out in front of this one. The Honda pitch tracks will show you it's right on the inside corner, but he's able to put a good swing on it.
Yeah, he didn't turn the head of the bat over. That's the reason he hit it hard and keep it fair. It was short arms. So here is Bogaerts. Struck out his first trip, then had an infield single. And came around to score the only Boston run. That was in the 4th. Takes first pitch strike.
Looks like another deal is about to be made as San Diego has taken Justin Upton and Tyson Ross off the field.
Tyson Ross, good slider.
He has a tendency to fall in love with it, but he's got a great arm, and that slider when right is unhittable.
I don't believe it.
And Upton, a very expensive player. Another guy who can hit the ball out of the ballpark for you.
Well, they should be getting, for those two guys, they should be getting something good in return.
Well, the front office reassembled what they thought was going to be a pretty good team, only now to be disassembling it.
Well, Preller did a good job of putting together what appeared to be a very, very substantial contender. It didn't work out, and it happens that way sometimes in baseball.
They thought they had added enough offense. It turned out they didn't. And that is very much a pitcher's ballpark in San Diego.
One and two the count to the 22-year-old talented shortstop. Two and two the count. Get him right here. Don't go full. Rack him up. Two down.
Nice job coming off the bag by Carlos Sanchez as he continued with his motion, taking himself out of range of Brock Holt. You see him continue to go. That's one of the ways a second baseman can protect himself and make sure that even on a hardest slide, you're not going to get taken out. So a good effort. Lexi picked it as he's been doing for quite some time, and nice job on the back end by Sanchez.
So here's Hanley Ramirez. In that Washington 7-2 lead over Miami. Bryce Harper 3 for 4, 4 RBIs. So 2 home runs. He now has 29. What a player. Whew.
What a player indeed. And he was a catcher. When they drafted him, he was a catcher. And I talked to Mike Rizzo, their GM, pretty soon after he did draft him, and he said he's not going to catch for us. I want him in there every day. And I don't want to see foul tips going off his body. We moved him to the outfield, and it turned out to be a pretty good move.
Sox with that double play now have 112. We came in leading the American League with 111. I'll make it 112. Yeah, that was some. Puts it on him, and that'll retire the side. We're into the 7th, still leading 6-1.
two-story bar features 70 flat-screen HD TVs. Shy Sox Bar and Grill is located at the Gate 5 Plaza.
Adam LaRoche will lead it off for us here in the top of the 7th inning. You're going to put the shift on.
The reason why Josh Rutledge is in the game to shift into that position is that Pablo Sandoval left the game with dehydration.
Adam singled off the Green Monster. Then with the bases loaded, he was hit by a pitch, and he also was fouled out to Hannigan, the catcher. Crossfire right there from the southpaw. Got in on him. And Napoli will take it himself. 1 out. So here's Avi. He's due. He's 0 for 3. That's foul ball. And that bat all the way out there to deep shortstop.
He's left with just the handle. Lane got way in on it.
See how much of that bat he had left? I saw Jim Rice check a swing one day in Detroit with not a maple bat, an ash bat, and that's all he had left in his hand.
That's absolutely astonishing, the amount of speed he was able to create.
Torque, yeah. Don Zimmer was coaching third base, and he had to scurry to get out of the way. Chops that one foul. If you're just tuning in, we had 2 in the first, 3 in the second, and 1 in the third. 2 home runs. Leadoff homer by Adam Eaton in the first. And then Alexei on an 0-2 pitch. Shot one up into the seats above the Green Monster in left center. Bogarts with the gun. Can't get him, base hit. Good effort by Xander Bogaerts. Too much hustle, too much speed for the big man.
Yeah, he'd have gotten a whole lot of players on that one, but not the one you're looking at. As Avi accelerates down the line, Bogaerts really doesn't have a chance to plant, so he gets a pretty good throw off considering just a step late.
Here's Alexei. Let's take another look at his evening so far.
Been a pretty good one both ways, charging this one, making the off-balance throw and getting it there in plenty of time. Then he hits one out of the ballpark. This coming in the third inning was a solo shot. And then a little more defense from deep in the hole. One hop throw, and they get Hannigan. Who as it's been for the last 2.5, 3 weeks. Flexi playing miraculous defense and now adding a little offense to the mix.
There's a shot over the head of the third baseman. So now they're going to hold Ivy at third on the double by Alexei. Nineteen two-baggers.
It's been an extra base hit extravaganza in this series. As Alexei doubles in the corner. Only 5 extra base hits tonight, and I say only because 2 nights ago it was 9, and last night it was a season high 10 extra base hits.
So the infield in for Tyler. Well, check that for Sanchez, who was 2 for 3. Well, this whole series started off in something I've never seen before.
2 triples.
2 triples. Leadoff triple by Eaton and a Saladino with another triple. Back-to-back triples. There's got to go to first base. So Ivy with that good jump, that good lead. And it's 7-1.
Good play by Rutledge. He came on and the bare hand pick. Bear in mind, he just came in the game for Sandoval, so he didn't have a whole lot of time to loosen up. But it's a kind of hot, steamy night where you don't need a lot of time to loosen up. Good bare hand pick and throw across in the same motion. And he gets it.
And that's just a good base running play by Ivy. Good lead, good jump. We've had 17 doubles in this series.
You're not going to see that too often.
Here's Tyler.
In this park or any other park.
Four extra base hits in this series. What's amazing too is that just a couple of Kansas City specials. Jazz catches the outside edge of the outside corner. Big rip. 2-2. That one not even close. So there's the base on balls. Or not.
Only got 3 of them.
Tyler's really into that at bat.
We had seen that another time.
That's better. There's the base hit.
So getting another chance provides him with an opportunity to get his second hit and his first run driven in, giving him 27 this year. Takes this one through the left side. Last night, Gio Soto was on 5 times with a double, a home run, 3 walks, 3 driven in. Tyler had a couple of hits in his start, the opening game of the series, with a double, a single, and 2 runs driven in. So the catchers have done a whale of a job in the 3 games so far.
Adam 2 for 4. 6 for 13 with a homer and 4 RBIs. One and one to count. Adam. Foul ball.
Bradley is playing him around toward left center field. There's a huge gap in right center. You see the exaggerated shift. If Adam could pull the ball, he could run all day.
That's off the facade of the upper deck and back out onto the field. Troy Tulowitzki 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs, a home run in Toronto.
And he was hitting leadoff.
8-2 over Philadelphia.
So John Gibbons decided to put him in the top spot, give him a few more at bats, and still has a real potent lineup.
Got him. We pick up 1, 7th inning stretch. And there it is, leading by 7. Castillo.
Zach Putnam loosening up in the pen. Jose's only given up 4 hits.
Three 3-0. Come back and get him. No walks. There's one. .39-year-old veteran David Ortiz. Watch out.
The active career home run leaders against our Sox. Torrey Hunter, number 1. Big Papi, number 2, with Miguel Cabrera and Victor Martinez, tied at 26. 34 for Torrey Hunter.
He comes back and get him from a 3-0 count. Big Papi now 0 for 3. That was a major league pop-up.
He's a strong man. He had to get some pretty good bat speed to hit the ball that high.
Napoli 1 for 2, had a Fenway double. High fly ball deep in the left field off the Green Monster, knocking in Bogarts. That ball is out of here. That's an 8-2 ball again.
That's the 12th for Napoli. And he's driven in 2 tonight. Ford home run replay. This is absolutely a rocket. It's a cutter that Jose tried to get in on the hands of Napoli and couldn't quite get it there.
There comes Coop.
Follow the White Sox wherever you are with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. That bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay previews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet.
Well, that's a great app. Great app. You can do so many things with it. Go back and check and see any highlight or any game you want to see. It's amazing.
I think it's terrific to be able to catch up with whatever you want in sports, whatever you might have missed. Or you can see games in real time.
To the count to Castillo. Twice has gone out to Alexei.
It's number 102 on the way, and it's a very warm, humid night in Boston.
Watch out. Finale tomorrow night. That game will be over WPWR my 50. Chris Sale on the bump for us, right on the bump for them. That's off the plate. Ball hit hard. Ball is gone.
I would say that's probably as hard as a ball can carry him off the foot of a shortstop and wind up down the left field line.
And Robbins coming out.
This ball is absolutely crushed. Unless he can't get a glove on it, but he gets a foot on it and drives it into the corner, so that's going to be it. And as Zach Putnam comes in, we'll step out and be back after these messages. He's 3-3, his ERA 3.38, 48 strikeouts in 32 innings with that good splitter. Well, his batting average is just .212, and that's wonderful. So he inherits Castillo at second base. And during the commercial break, Melky decided to check out the inside of the scoreboard.
Well, that spot right there is where the Hall of Fame director Harry Coyle, back with NBC, was the first one to have the idea of putting a camera out there for that unique shot. High pop up. So Rutledge is retired in his first at bat. 2 down. That's up close and personal. Yeah, that got a tremendous reception after Harry Coyle did that. So here's Ryan Hannigan. He has swung the bat well tonight. Takes ball 1. Count evens at 1 to the 34-year-old veteran receiver. 2-2. Our relievers over the last 16 games sporting a 1.72 ERA, including 10 scoreless games. Watch out.
That's the second time it kicked off the sidewall and went right to Doug Eddings at third base umpire. And makes a very young fan exceptionally happy. Look at the look on that little guy's face.
Two out, 2-2 the count. One in here in the bottom of the seventh. 8-2 Sox. He gone. Another good job by Zach Putnam. And we're into the eighth. After 98 games. For the Royals, they were 48-50. This year, after 98, we're 48-50. Very similar numbers. And a pitching change. It is Alexi Ogando. Ogando worked in the first game 2/3 of an inning. Yeah, from where we were to where we have come, and I think to where we're going to go. It's going to be an interesting season. All you want to do is be dangerous in September. So here it is, Saladino, Cabrera, and Abreu. That was not a strike. Called a strike, though. A fastball at 94.
You might remember Ogando from his days with the Texas Rangers. He was in their starting rotation, actually threw very well. Now in the pen with Boston, trying to shore up what has been a glaring weakness for the Red Sox this year.
That's off the corner. That went our way. 2-1. Tyler 1 for 2 with 2 walks and a stolen base and a caught stealing. Three and one. It's full.
Lugano used to get that fastball up in the high 90s. But these days he still throws it hard enough. It's not quite as crisp as it used to be.
Got him, he knew it.
Lugano throws a pretty good fastball. Keeps it low and on the outer third and gets the call. It was in the zone. Alexei, as the starting pitcher, went 13-8 with the Rangers in 2011. And then, for whatever reason, they moved him into the pen where he made 58 appearances the next year.
Here's Melky. He's 2 for 4. First 2 at bats just hit Rockets for base hits. One knocked in a run, and he scored a run. Eight 13-0 for us. 2 6-1 for them if you're just tuning in. That ball's hit hard. That's off the glove of Jackie Bradley Jr.
That was probably one he would tell you he should have had. He made a good run for it, measured it well, and just at the last instant couldn't catch it.
Well, any good outfielder will tell you if they get there and get a glove on it, they should catch it. So that'll be another double for Melky. That's his 22nd.
And a 3-hit night. 7 multi-hit games consecutively.
And all his hits, no Kansas City specials. They have been scalded. Abreu 0 for 3 with 2 lineouts to Castillo in right field. Both balls hit hard. That's a base hit right down the line. So here comes Melky. He's going to score. Now a big turn, and he will pull up at first base. And it's a 9-2 Sox lead. And that's a 9-game hitting streak for Abreu.
Driving in run number 57. And taking it right down the line past Rutledge. As the Sox continue to swing the bats up and down this lineup.
Well, when we're talking about good center fields the Red Sox have had, 25, 35, last 40 years or so. You start with Freddie Lynn. He was tremendous center field. Jacoby Ellsbury wasn't all bad out there either, and he was healthy.
Now they've had a few good ones.
Adams 1 for 3 with an RBI. He got hit with a pitch, bases loaded. First time up, he singled off, hard single off the green monster. Watch out. That ball is hit hard. But foul. Seventh time we have scored 9 runs this season, all of them on the road.
And 4 of the last 5 days to show you how hot this offense has been.
Ball hit hard, and he throws it away. And then nobody at third base, and Jose's going to move on into third.
That's probably a microcosm of the Red Sox year to this point, and it will get a lot of jeers from the crowd. For whatever reason, Ogando decided to lollipop one in some vicinity of second base, but not even close to the bag. So what he thought would be a double play turns out to be nothing. Bogaerts does everything he can do, and then points out that nobody's at third. That's pretty much where a pitcher has to be when he realizes that nobody's there. And now they're going to appeal to see if Bogaerts did indeed have his foot on the bag.
Well, we saw enough of this in the first 2 months ourselves.
Yes, we did. On the field by Sean Barber is that he did not have his foot on the bag. There is an angle, however, that looks very close.
Well, in the first place, it should have been a double play.
Easy. An easy double play.
Should have been a double play.
Take one more look.
I don't know if that's conclusive enough.
That's the best look we've had, and the ball just now gets the glove. If you believe that if it was on the bag on top of it as he dragged it across, then the replay will show that he's out. If not, and no definitive angle can be ascertained by the folks in New York, then the call will stand.
Then he is at third. So if you're just joining us, we had 2 in the first. Leadoff home run by Adam Eaton, right around pesky pole, right down the right field line. Then we scored 3 in the second. There were rockets being hit all over this ballpark. Added 1 in the third. That made it 6. And 2 in the seventh. And 1 so far here in the eighth. So far, this has taken 3.5 minutes. And once again, a reminder, finale here tomorrow night. Chris Sale on the bump for us against Stephen Wright. That game will be over. WPWR, my 50.
No definitive proof, and the call stands. It turns out to be a heads-up base running play by Jose. When he got to second base and he looked up and saw nobody at third, he just took off.
So here's Avi. Avi 1 for 4 with a run scored. Pick him up, Avi. Takes that pitch down low. Just getting home. Cleveland clobbered Kansas City 12-1 at Progressive Field. Detroit beat Tampa Bay 2-1 in St. Pete. That's fouled away. Pittsburgh 10, Minnesota 4. That was at Target Field. Checks it up. 2-1. Cubs beat the Rockies 3-2. Lester over Butler.
John Lester struck out 14 in that game, an all-time lefty record for a Cub pitcher.
It appears the Rangers are going to get Cole Hamels from the Phillies. One out, 2-2 to count. Good rip underneath it. Toronto beats Phillies 8-2. Troy Tulowitzki jumps right in the fray. 3 hits, 3 RBIs, a homer. Power-wise, that might be just about as prolific a 1-2 punch if you got Tulowitzki if he's healthy, and Donaldson.
3 and 4 is not too bad either.
I'm saying
Bautista and Encarnacion.
That is the most dangerous offensive team I believe I've ever seen. And the payoff. That's popped up right side. Castillo. There he comes. It's a good thing. Posey gave him a good fake. He didn't make the throw, but Ogando was backing him up. So 2 down.
Good idea, even though it's a 9-2 game. It's just good, solid baseball. Make that outfielder believe that you are going to keep on coming. Sell the play, and you get a throw, and you never know where the throw goes.
So here's Alexei, 2 for 4 with a homer and a double. And throwing some weather. Boy, he's made some great plays in this series. And in the last month. Looked like the Alexei of last year. 0-2 the count. Little high neck in. Bottom of the seventh in Houston. Astros leading the Angels 4-1. Softly hit over into the Red Sox dugout.
Just barely able to stay alive on a pretty good pitch.
That evens the count at 2. And that is foul, and that's going to be in the seats, trying to come back. Top of the ninth in St. Louis, 1-0 Cincinnati. Softly hit, caught. And that'll retire the sample. We pick up one. We go to the bottom of the 8th, leading 9-2. He is
Happy tonight.
always full of energy. Always full of energy. And he can hit that golf ball. Make no mistake about it at the White Sox charity thing. Good swing and bang. I was proud of him. So here's Jackie Bradley Jr. You see he's gone out to left and bounced back to the pitcher. 25-year-old outfielder.
Koji Uehara loosening up in the pen. There was some talk about perhaps moving him. And it is official that Cole Hamels goes to the Texas Rangers for a whole lot of prospects.
Count evens at 2 to the youngster. That's high in the left field. Malky.
As promised earlier in the game, we've selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Chicago Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
Back to the top of the order with Brock Holt. Brock 1 for 3. A solid single in the hole between first and second. Two and 0 the count. There's one. And that's into center field. It's going to fall for a base hit. Now it bounces off the body. Like a funny hop.
Adam comes in and ball just gets by him.
Ball bounced way to his left once it hit that ground. Here's Bogarts. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored. Takes a little bit low. So they're going to give Adam an error. And to count 2-0 to Xander Bogaerts. Got a break there, and it's 2-1. 2-2. Here's the Blue Jays have talked with the Tigers about David Price.
There'll be a few people talking to the Tigers about David Price. And Yoenis Cespedes as well.
Next, that one foul. Outfield straight up, spaced about equidistant. Maybe a small gap out there in right center. Saladino back. Well off the line at third. And a 2-2 pitch. That's softly hit. Caught. 2 down. They'll bring up the left fielder, Hanley Ramirez, who is lined out to center, grounded to short, and struck out. Jose Quintana once again was good. What new? And that is out of play right side.
Jose went 6 1/3 tonight. He gave up a couple of runs on 6 hits with a walk, 3 strikeouts. He just continues not only the string of his good starting pitching, but the entire starting rotation's string of good starting pitching.
37,104. They were averaging 35,997. Also, if you just joined us, they had Pedro Martinez day 2 in his number retirement. This one was in Spanish. Beautiful ceremony last night. Another one this evening.
That's a flag of the Dominican Republic. Now along with Juan Marichal, Pedro Martinez. 2 players from the Dominican Republic, both pitchers in the Hall of Fame.
Toss that one foul. Hitting against Marichal was an experience. You hear so much about him all of a sudden. He faced him in spring training. Everything that you heard about him was true. All the angles he gave you, the dangles. What a pitcher. As I mentioned, Bob Gibson in 1968 had 28 complete games and didn't lead the league. Marichal did. That's low.
You take a look at this high leg kick and you wonder how anybody ever found the baseball. I know as a teammate of his, he traveled with his own chiropractor and had to because of that motion and the variety of motions that he used. And he could throw them all for strikes, pinpoint each and every one of them, which is somewhat amazing.
Full count to Ramirez with Big Papi on deck. (9-15-1) for us. 2-7-2 for them. And the payoff. He gone. And we'll go to the ninth, leading by 7.
Koji Uehara. 2-4, his ERA a fine 2.51. He's been successful 22 of 24 times closing the game. Only 6 walks, 40 strikeouts, and 35 2/3. He's got a very deceptive motion, and he's been a good pitcher for quite some time.
Carlos Sanchez is 2 for 4 with a run scored, an RBI, those 2 hits, both of them doubles, extending his hitting streak to 12 games. And at 9-2, you better be swinging.
You would think so.
Koji and Mr. Baseball have something in common. Only 2 players in baseball whose names start with UE. Bob Uecker. Two and two the count. Ooh. Close. And a full count. And a whip. Outfield straight up. Sox with 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third, 2 in the seventh, 1 in the eighth. That ball lined hard for a base hit.
That's 3 of them tonight. goes right back up the middle. This one is down and out over the plate. So he continues to hit the ball hard.
Here's Tyler. Takes ball one. Tyler tonight 2 for 4. Sox with 16 hits tonight. First time they have had 14 or more hits 3 straight games since 2008. Hannigan giving chase. Got there, just couldn't get it in the crosshairs. Sox trying to take the first 7 of this 8-game road trip. Swept the 4 in Cleveland. Won the first 2 here. And there's the strike.
A sweep here would send the club home with a record of 50-50. As well as an 8-game hitting streak, 8-game winning streak.
One out.
Just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, and here's our Miller moment, and it came early. A leadoff home run by Adam Eaton, the 4th time in his career he's done that. And it really set the stage for some early offense. 2 in the first, 3 in the second, but it started off with the man you're looking at, Adam Eaton.
Started off in game 1 with that leadoff triple. He went 3 for 6 in that game with a single, a double, a triple, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. So he has certainly put us in great position, as there's a little flipper in the center field, and that's going to fall for a base hit. There's a nice little Kansas City special right there. He's 7 for 15 in the series. That'll bring up Tyler. Saladino 1 for 3 with a couple of walks and a run scored. Takes first pitch strike. One to count. He's walked 6 times in his last 4 games. Didn't walk any in his first 12. He did not go, says crew chief Bill Miller. High pop up. Infield fly rule is called. 2 down. So here comes Melky. Melky is 3 for 5. Couple of runs scored, 1 knocked in, picked up another double, his 22nd of the season. Big hack.
Uehara has a pretty good splitter. And he's one of those guys who throws at the end, who comes in to save games without an overpowering fastball. It's a good fastball. It's deceptive. It's just not overpowering.
Last 7 games, he is 18 for 32.
Nine for 15 in this series, which has been somewhat remarkable.
Well, coming into the night, in the last 24 games, we were 16 and 8. 11 of those were on the road, where we're 10 and 1. Got him. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning, leading 9-2.
Knuckleballer. And before the game today, he was getting a little instruction from Tim Wakefield, who does pre and post for these Red Sox. He's talking to him about where to set his hands and how to more effectively throw that knuckleball. Wakefield threw it for a long time in the major leagues, and it's good to see counsel of a guy who's been around for a great deal of time and was very good for these Red Sox, whether it was as a starter or out of the pen. He's talking about pushing the ball out of his hand so you don't get a lot of spin on it. You don't want a tumbling knuckleball. You want a floating knuckleball. As Daniel Webb comes into the game, he's 1-0. His ERA 1.56.
Tim Wakefield, one of the nice guys in the game of baseball.
Get a good run here in Boston.
I'll tell you what. He is quite a guy. Big Papi. 0 for 3. Hard line drive to right. Good catch by Ivy. A strikeout, a pop-up. 9-2 good guys here in the bottom of the ninth. Come back and get him, Daniel. No walks, buddy. Full count.
Well, that lady, with her fingers crossed, wishing for a huge comeback.
He's not aiming it. That was 97. Another one at 97. So that'll bring up Napoli. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI double and a homer. First pitch strike. Mike got off to a rough start in this series. His first at bat, he was called out. Flipped his helmet down on the ground and it bounced back and hit Toby Basner in the leg softly. And he threw him out. Two and one. That fastball at 97 evens the count. Last 12 road games, our guys are outscoring the opposition 70-25.
Whole lot of offense once again. 17 hits.
But a couple of leadoff walks here.
And then Cooper coming out.
When, not if, when Daniel gets the click or the light goes on to give him that confidence of throwing strikes, He's going to be something with that arm he's got. He's got great movement on his fastball. He's a hard thrower. But right now, virtually just a one-pitch pitcher. So here's Castillo. That had a little piece of the plate, corner, didn't get it. Two and 0.
Robin didn't want to have to go to the bullpen once again, but Daniel cannot get the ball over the plate. So Dan Jennings throwing in the pen.
There's one. And a full count. This is a spot where some hitters can pick up some hits and some RBIs. Late in the ball game, a 9-2 score. He gone.
If you swing at one that's 6 inches inside.
No, that's most of the time it's veterans that'll munch up in this situation.
This one way inside. Rusney thought he could get to it. He couldn't.
Over the course of the season, you're going to have a lot of at-bats in scenarios such as this. Veterans, as a rule, really take advantage of it. Josh Rutledge. He's been on the plate one time. He popped up to right. Has chopped foul. One out, 2 on. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He gone. 2 down.
Took a little something off this one and had Rutledge well out in front of it.
So here's Hannigan. He did not play last night. He played in game 1 tonight. Oh, he has swung the bat well. 1 for 3 tonight, and then Alexi made a terrific play on him. That one hit was a bullet double. Can't get that one at 96.
No, Ryan was a little tardy on that fastball.
Count evens. Chris Sale tomorrow night. That game will be over. WPWR, my 50. Against Stephen Wright. So make your plans to be with us. And we're coming home. We got the Yankees on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the count moves to 1-2.
Some toughies coming up. The Yankees for 3, Tampa Bay for 3. Then it's on to Kansas City for a series, a weekend series, and then back home. Looking at the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Pretty good ball club.
That's up high. 2-2. Jackie Bradley Jr. on deck. And when this ball comes down, this game will be over. So the Sox come in here in this 4-game series and take the first 3. They won the opener 10-8. They won last night 9-4 behind Samardzija and 9-2 behind Quintana this evening.
Some terrific offense once again, and our player of the game is Alexei Ramirez. Not only for his offense, which you're looking at right there, 2 for 5 with a couple of runs, a homer and a run batted in, but spectacular defense at shortstop. So Alexei, our player of the game.
He's been playing his skinny behind off. I'll tell you that right now. So for Steve Stone, for our star producer Mike Leary, our director Skip Ellison, our associate producer Chris Kamka, and good crew here: Kristen, Paul, Fred, John,